We're live. Hopefully we're live. Seems like we're live. Okay. I'll just do tweety tweets. New web post. Blue sky tweets, and I think we're pretty much ready to go. Cool. What are we doing today? We're going to implement Scoped Custom Element Registries, or Scoped Custom Element Definitions. Good morning, Pascal. How goes it? So yeah, I got this intent to prototype on the Mozilla mailing list. Effectively, this is what's needed to tell everyone that we're going to be working on this. As you can see, no feedback so far. Sometimes these get feedback, but generally they don't get too much feedback on the intent to prototype. Anyways, we are going to work on this. Hello, Canada Honk. How goes it? I believe this is your old stomping ground, the old Mozilla code base. Right, so first things first is I have implemented the Boolean. Zoom in a bit, maybe it'll be. How is this? Too much? So this is the Boolean flag to determine whether Scoped custom elements will be enabled, which is the first bit. And I've got to compile. I've actually compiled ahead of time this time. So Mac run, we should see Firefox pop up, and if we go to about config, if I search for Scoped Custom Element Registries, it is enabled because I've set the flag to true for now. So that's that. What's next? Well, I actually have no idea, because I haven't really read the spec too much. There was a new one, wasn't there? This is the current proposal, revamped. This one. This is the one we're interested in. So on element, there will be a custom elements attribute, which will be a custom element registry. I guess this is for each element. Would it have a pointer to the particular custom element registry it's attached to? Is that in the old spec? The old spec. Custom element registry is constructible. Data root has create element import node. This one is slightly different though. This one proposal has create element on custom elements, which seems fine. I think the first thing we'll do is we'll try and enable the constructor for custom element registry, which at the moment, if we try, whoops, console, new custom element registry, we get an illegal constructor. Good. So if we go to custom elements, CP, custom element registry CP, and also let's go to the IDL. We'll probably find there is no constructor in the IDL. So I think the first thing to do would be to have a constructor. We need to check whether or not the constructor takes any arguments based on these proposals. And I can't see anything glancing at that one. And this one doesn't seem to either. What I might also do, pull up this PR. Is very handy. This is the implementation in WebKit. Whilst we're at it, why don't we go to custom element registry IDL. Go. And this is one in Chrome. Yeah, so Chrome just has the constructor, WebKit. Yes, if we go to WebKit next, look for custom element registry IDL. This just has the constructor too. Cool. So this will be pretty easy. I think we just need a constructor, and I forget there's a tag we can add, but they're different in every browser. But we basically want to say like feature equals DOM, whatever this flag was that we had. This one. But I need to go look that up. So let's look that up. What's up, gamers? Hello, PS. What were we doing? We were looking up the flag. So if I go to search Fox, if I say star.webidle, maybe DOM. Ref is the thing. Ref equals ref. So if we do that, Hassle. Okay, great. Hey, how's it going? We want to run a Mac build. So this should compile in. This should throw an error during compile. Like this should fail compile because it should say right. So there's no member named constructor in custom element registry, which is exactly what we want, right? Because we've enabled constructor here, but we don't have constructor in defined in C or C++, should I say? So we want to go to custom element registry H, and we cannot find it, which is fun. Custom element registry.h, and we're going to define a constructor. Probably what I'm going to do is be lazy and like, whoops, find Firefox constructor in like an H file, and it will help if I constructor right. This is my method of development in all of these browsers, is to aggressively copy and paste in it. And this is why, because I always forget all of this kind of stuff, but we want an already add ref, because this will be like a ref counted thing. So each of these requires their own little conventions, like each of the browsers, and I always forget because I hop between them. We need to find custom element registry. Cool. So it's got an explicit constructor, which is great. Part of the public. Weird that there's these two public interfaces. Oh wow, this is like interleaved. That's kind of weird. I guess let's pop it down here because this looks to be the other IDL stuff. Or is it? Maybe this is define, get name, so on and so forth. This is private, this is public. Okay, so we'll go there. So yeah. We lost our paste. So this is going to be a custom element registry constructor. I don't know if we need the global object. We should look at the constructor to see what it actually needs. So custom element registry needs a PyDOM window inner. So we'll just yeet that in there. Yeah, that's probably fine. Let's see what happens. It may be because this is expecting this that we need some extra flag here, like script execution context something. Yeah. Or there's like actually in. So if you're passing implicit arguments into a method like this, all of the browsers have a different way of doing this. Hey Sam, the WebKit, if I remember rightly, you can pass in like IDL flags here, like script execution context or something. After discovering folks I follow are British. Yes, I am, unfortunately. That's what we all have to say, right, when out ourselves as British, is unfortunately. Okay, so the binding layer automatically has decided to pass in the global, which is the, what is this? Let's embiggen this window and read more. That's the old error. So it says no viable conversion global object to this EIDOM window inner. So I think we'll just take a global object and we'll just cast it or convert it or whatever we need to do into this NSPIDOM. I vaguely recall some of this stuff and I'm pretty sure we can do that. So if we just change this to be the global object. Was it global object? Literally global object. What I might do is say construct. Oh, look, it's already here. We already had this. We should just keep this. So then in the implementation, our job is to finagle that into the IDOM window inner thing. So I'm going to find like get parent object maybe. Get parent object, which is here. And let's crib more of this as well. Go to structure. Yeet this in here as well because I am lazy and I will aggressively copy and paste my way through this. Scoped custom element repos sounds super interesting. I use web components heavily in my posts. Scoped to what exactly? So yeah, like let's talk through it a little bit. So the proposal is that you would be able to construct a custom element registry, right? So you'd be able to say new custom element registry, element registry, and then with that you could create new elements just using this registry. And so like the default is custom elements, right? Custom elements itself is a custom element registry, and this is like the global registry. But you could create new ones and you could scope them into shadow roots. So in an individual shadow root, rather than using the global custom elements registry, you could use a scoped one. So each shadow DOM can have its own little realm of custom elements. It doesn't have to use the global ones. So the first step to that is actually making custom elements constructible. Right, so we've got this. This should be not Chrome. This should be custom element registry. Thanks for the typo fixes. I think there's a bit of a lag on here for about I don't know, 10 to 20 seconds lag between the chat and the and real time. So If I fix errors and you point them out, then I still thank you for them. All right. It looks like this has done exactly what we want. So we're getting the global object. Rather than the global object, we're going to try and cast it to the PIDOM window inner. We don't need the document. We do want a ref pointer, and this needs to be a custom element registry. And obviously we're going to do new custom element registry with the window, and then we're going to return this, and this should probably be called registry. And look at that, we've done very little code. We've copy and pasted our way through to this, and we should have constructible elements registries at least. Cool. So we're getting some errors, which is good because I have stuff to explore. CPP 104. Expected semicolon and end of declaration list. Why? What have we done so far? Not much. Why is an unrelated line? I somehow accidentally stumble my way into deleting a thing on line 104. I don't know how I did that. You're getting background music. Sounds like it. Okay, cool. Let's try. Whoops. Let's do Mac run. Hey, look at that. We have a constructible custom element registry, just like that. Is this worth making a patch of? Probably not. Let's go deeper. So, again, I haven't massively dived into this. So, maybe this is the next thing to implement is every shadow root having a custom elements attribute. This seems like the next easy win. And then maybe we can do this shadow root in it. If we just made this global for now, like just point to the global custom elements registry, that might be easier. Let's have a look at what WebKit does. So if we go to shadow root, scoped registry, registry from bindings, custom element registry or null pointer. Where's custom element registry? Find here. Got a little flag. See what? One. Scoped. That's not helpful. I wonder if this has in IDL. Well, because maybe folks can clue me in on this, but actually the original proposal also had the getter on shadow root, right? Maybe not. The revamped one does. So maybe that's why it's missing from these. But we can do it. We can just throw it on there. So we're going to have read-only attribute custom element registry. Oh, look, it is here. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, we're going to do this anyway. So we want to go to shadow root IDL. And shadow DOM v1. Well, I think we'll just chuck it here. Attribute, going to be read-only. We're also going to need our pref thingy, which was in element registry IDL. It's just a thing. So we're going to say it's a read-only attribute. It's called what was it? Custom element registry, or is it just registry? Oh, it's custom elements. Custom elements. And was it question? No. Because it's always going to be, it's going to point to the global if it doesn't have one, right? But it is a custom element registry, which we also need to say. Custom element registry. Whoops. So that should be enough to build and get some compile errors. Oh, better than that. There we go. Yeah. So we'll obviously need to go into shadow root.h. Is somewhere. Come on, into life. Shadow root.h. Why are you not showing me any there we go. So let's try and co-locate this. So it's between get element by ID and onslaught change. Onslaught change, that's kind of a weird one though. Host is the other one. So if we look for, oh, so here's host. Where is, what was it? Get element by ID. This is all labeled shadow DOM v1. Maybe we'll chuck it here. I don't think it matters that much. This is not void. This is going to be custom element registry. I think it needs to be prefixed get. The parlance of the Firefox bindings generator, but we will find out when we get told off. Told off by the compiler. And of course we're going to need shadow root CPP. Kicks into life. We are compiling, so it's probably intending for disk access and obviously CPU. Cool. Maybe there's a v1. Nope. Well, we were between clone internal data from. We look for clone internal data from, and we'll just chuck it here. So again, this is going to be custom element registry. This is probably going to need to be like a ref pointer or something, but I will wait for the compiler to tell me that. This is going to be a shadow root get custom elements, I believe. And we will see. So no member named custom elements, so it isn't get. I'm probably thinking of a different browser. Wrong or raw pointer, so I think it's going to be a ref pointer. Well, I guess it would be a ref. I don't know. We'll find out. But it's called custom elements anyway. So let's call custom elements. So the header's good. Try this and see what happens. Yeah, I think this wants to be a ref, though. Refs even exist in Firefox? I know there are a lot in WebKit. Or is it some other weird thing? I wonder if we could look at window web idle. Better off using Searchfox in this case. Like if I look for custom elements in a .h, we should find this. Oh, so it's just a pointer here. This is the implementation for the custom elements getter on the global window object, and it's lazy. That's interesting. But we will probably just call out to this, right? So interesting. So it lazily fetches custom elements, instantiates them only if you get them on the first go. Sorry, this is probably time. Oh god, that was messed up. Custom elements registry. There we go. This is how the window object gets the custom element registry. So we'll be doing pretty much the same thing. So we're going to say, so each shadow root is going to have an M custom elements, I guess. So we should go to the header file and we should yeet one of those in here. Guess this is going to be a const. Element registry. Probably be pointer more than a const. I think it wants to be a ref pointer. It's been a second since I did other stuff, so I'm going to assume that the ref pointer exists. Yeah, custom elements. Let's chuck in this or whatever. We're getting compiler errors, so custom element registry has a private destructor. We might need to move this into protected, but I'm not sure. But also I need to let's look at this definition. This is a ref pointer. Cool. Let's change this custom elements. Change this to be a pointer. We're going to have M custom elements, which is a ref pointer. And in shadow root, we're going to say if, oops. Let's just crib this, right? Basically going to do this, but rather than if it doesn't exist, I want to get the window, which is way harder in C++ than in JavaScript. I have a sinking feeling I'm going to have to like some script execution context stuff. Always horrible. What does this extend? Document fragment. So if we look at document fragment, we can probably find the shadow root instructor takes an element I think that's probably where we will be hooking off of. Does that mean that there's an M element? No. I don't know. Owner doc get window is probably what I want. So if we said we get the window, if window, we're going to, I guess we could say if not window, we'll just return a null pointer. It needs to be a pointer, doesn't match the head now. Otherwise we're going to call custom elements, I think. Okay, let's try. The custom elements is on NS global window inner, which is different to an NSPI DOM window inner. Because get window on document okay, this gets the outer window. Then can we just get the global from here? Global window inner is what we want. And it's just a friend class, so we can't actually... I think we need to do like an as global. It was window outer. There's some weird shenanigans that we have to do here, which is really unfortunate, but I think I'm trying to figure out what we're actually doing here. I think we want like we need to get to which one was it? We need this PI DOM window. I don't know what this PI stands for as well. I know NS is Netscape, but what is PI? What is DOM? What even is this acronym? Gosh, so many acronyms. Pascal says this is on creation time. This is on whenever you call the shadow root dot custom elements. We'll do a bunch of lookups here, so this isn't quite on creation time. We'll just check whether or not the custom elements member is set, because it might not be set, right? We could do this on creation time. Not sure what the benefits of doing it on creation would be, really. I guess we would have to do this a fair amount anyway, so maybe it is easier in, as you say it, to just do this on creation time. I don't know. I'll keep plugging along with this. We'll see where we get, but effectively we want to say if it hasn't been supplied, then we should just get the global one. Yeah, we need to figure out from the window outer how to get the I've already forgotten what it was. PI-DOM window. I wonder, are they like, do we cast? Maybe I should do a regex. PI-DOM window /b star alter. That's not helpful. Such as yeah, this is what I was kind of looking for. This is just IDOM window. Okay, what's the difference between IDOM window and PIDOM window? Is P protected and I something? Is it a confusing set of classes here? Anyway, the compiler's not completely falling over, which is interesting. It's interesting that it's gotten this far. Maybe we've actually done kind of the right thing here. Yeah, there we go. I was waiting for it. I'm skeptical that PI-DOM window alter has custom elements. So PI-DOM window alter. It is a IDOM window proxy, which has nothing useful. Ensure inner window or get current inner window might be the thing that we're after, because when we've got the inner, this still doesn't have custom elements, but or does it? Does. Okay, so this is the trail, which I've already lost. It was get current inner window, what we need. So get window, get current inner window, because this is we probably want to say if win get current window. Could say this needs to be outer, I think. Needs to be inner. Win else null pointer. Then we can say not win. Whoops. This needs to be inner. Not inner. Then we can say inner. Yeah. I think this should work. Pascal says, why I asked about creation time, I'm not sure if we need to remember the context when an element gets moved and all that complex stuff. Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, but there will be different ways to handle that. I think elements may need to have some idea of how they of what shadow root they're connected to, but that is like so there'll be a few hops, right? If every element implicitly knows where it came from in terms of the shadow root, then it can get the custom elements registry when it creates elements within it, but that's not necessarily needed. It like the lazier the better, and so if we keep this at get time rather than creation time, we can figure that out later down the line and not do this extra work unless we have to. So incomplete custom element registry in presumably shadow root. So we need to introduce it. So we just say element registry, and if I click my alphabet, then we can put it in the right place. And we're probably going to need a forward declaration here. So, oh, we don't. I saw. Oh, was that mine? That was mine. So we need a forward declaration here as well. So we need to say custom element registry here, just so that the headers know we are talking about a class. And let's see. Does that just say it built? That just said it built. Do I need this forward declaration? Whatever. We're keeping it in. So, in theory, if this works, we should be able to make a new shadow root and call custom elements and get a registry back. It will be the global registry, but then we can wire up custom registries for it. Background music stopped? Oh, this means songs maybe. Cool. Files take forever. The takeaway from all of this. Also, maybe another takeaway is I have no idea what I'm doing, so I trust the compiler to tell me off, and then when I actually submit this patch, I'll trust my fellow Mozilla colleagues to also tell me where I'm stepping wrong. I say colleagues in the kindest sense because I'm not a Mozilla employee. Why did it say it compiled successfully, like here, and now it's doing like a full recompile? Because of this forward declaration? I guess maybe the header file is like pathological or something. At any rate, what's next? Whilst we're waiting for a compile, let's read up on revamped. So shadow root init will have custom elements, and obviously we'll set that part of the constructor. Element has custom elements, so that will probably be the next big thing. Element internals needs to have custom elements on initialize shadow root. Template has shadow root custom elements, which isn't looks like this is maybe because it's got CE reactions. This tells me that this is probably an actual attribute, like it's a mapped, like it's a reflected attribute on the template element. Zoom in again. Realize I'm probably looking at a bunch of unreadable stuff for folks. So on HTML template element, we're going to have shadow root custom elements, which will be a string. It will always return a string. What does this actually do? They can't look up a global. Or is it just going to be shadow root? It's just going to be an opt-in attribute. Custom element registry gains a constructor. Shadow root supports custom element registry exposed through custom elements. That's not for declarative custom elements, says Pascal. It seems to be. I think what this is trying to say is, like, if you add this as an attribute, like wherever it was, shadow root, yeah. So you just tack on shadow root custom elements to a template element, and effectively what it's saying is it will, like, construct, when the shadow root gets instantiated, it will construct a new element registry, which must mean, oh well, because the shadow root has custom elements, you can get it through that. So it's a bit like having an empty template shadow root mode open. Like, you'll just immediately you'll have a shadow root, and then if you want to get the registry, you'll have an empty registry sitting in shadow root.custom elements. It makes me wonder what the attribute does if you don't have shadow root mode open or closed. I guess it would just do nothing. We should probably warn, say, yo, you did this, but you haven't got one of these. Oh, it would be really nice if we could get rid of this, though. Like, if you could just specify this without having, because, like, everyone uses open shadow roots. Anyways, we are ready to run. Whoops, run. See what we got. Gosh, I wish I have things on these. So we can do new custom element registry. We can also say, let's say document create element div. If we said attach shadow, mode open, shadow root custom elements. D is not defined. Is it not? What? D is defined. I defined it here. Mode open. So d.shadow root. What happened? Crashing. What happened? Interesting. We are getting an error. What's also interesting is there was no real errors here. D-attach shadow. I'm going to put it in here instead. D shadow root. Yeah. Get an interesting error. No. I guess it rebooted. I guess that's why I was like, I saw this. Yeah, D is not defined. It's aha. Yes, it is crashing behind the scenes. Cool. Unfortunately, I'm pretty much incapable of debugging, so this is to do with window context and the context. Yeah, it probably is just like a null pointer. Element registry. So we aren't instantiating M custom elements ever, but that's probably fine because I think ref pointer should there'll be a null pointer. But if we go to the constructor shadow root, this one. We go to the one in here. We probably think we want to just chuck in a custom element registry. 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 And then we'll need to change the signature here. Element registry pointer, a registry. Put this on a new line. So let's just eyeball this code. So we know we're not going to get a we know we're going to skip this. We're going to skip this if the pointer is set. But if it's a null pointer, we're going to go get the window. Now owner doc I think is always guaranteed at this point. Get window, maybe not, but we are sending a null pointer if window is not defined. So if window is defined, we're going to get the current inner window, and if inner not defined, we're returning null. Otherwise, we're calling it custom elements. I can't see where there's a potential null pointer issue here. So one thing that might make our lives a bit easier is writing some tests or quickly assert what's going on. I think we get better stack traces in the test runner. Could be wrong. Testing web platform tests. Elements. Scoped registry. Oh, this is interesting. I wonder if we should run these tests. See what happens. So Mac WPT. We're going to log. We're going to be headless. We are going to look at web platform tests, custom elements, scoped registry. Let's look at the constructor tests and see what these. And maybe this will point us in a direction to go. This looks interesting. Well, we got some passes, so that's good. Let's just get the port. WT. Where is the thing to update? There we go. Update. So because we've got some unexpected passes, this basically means that the test expectations say that they should fail, and because we ran with log report, wherever this was, because we added this log report, we get this JSON file, which is just a has a bunch of info about the tests that pass, and so if we run this update, it will go ahead and update all the test expectations. So if I run an hgdiff, we should see there's not seeing. Yeah. So this file used, if I do an hg revert testing, we cat this file. So this is the test expectations, and it says this one should fail and this one should fail. And if they don't fail, the test will fail because they are expected to fail. And so this is why we got this unexpected pass thing. But if we do the WPT update, it knows that both of them are passed. And so what it does for us, wanted HGST. So what this update does, it says, well, both of these tests are passed, so I'm just going to remove this file. And now if we run the run again, we should see a pass. Yeah, great. So we know we've passed that test at least. Which we should probably set this to false because we don't want to ship this right away. And the reason I want to do this is because there's some stuff that we need to do in a meta directory. So it's like testing, web platform, meta, custom elements, custom element registry, scoped custom, scoped registry, .ini. Let's go. Hopefully be one somewhere here that has like the feature. Come on, give me a feature. There we go. So we want to say whatever our feature flag was, which is this one. We want this here set to true. And so this will say all of the tests in this directory should actually set this flag to true. And without this, if the flag was false, which it should be by default, the test would fail. They need each of these meta files in them. They need to enable the pref, because like no preferences get enabled by default in Firefox. The testing, you need to add this file. So once this is compiled with the value set to false, we should see this constructor. This should still pass because of that dirony. But anyway, let's go to shadow root. There is no shadow root test for. There's like create element, init registry. Called registry here. I might be so bold as to rename this to, well, do you know what I might do is go to WebKit Balls, see if Oska has done any work to on this new what do you call it, the better revamped custom element registry. But it looks like no. There's nothing here. So what I might do, there's a couple of ways we could do this. One is just refactor these tests to custom elements. This should then equal window.customelements. Another thing we could do is just implement what everyone else has implemented, and just go with registry, just have it null. but I don't really like that. Then again, we should see I can't see anywhere that it says whether or not this should return. It always returns a custom element registry because there's no question, I guess. There's no question mark at the end of this, I mean. But that's shadow root in it, so... Is this even right? Shadow root in it. Should this be a question mark? Anyways. Shadow root. Always returns custom element registry. No question. No question mark here. So, I think this implies to me that shadow root should always, if shadow root always returns a valid custom element registry, it should return the global custom element registry if it doesn't have one internal. And so these tests need to change a little bit, I reckon, because the current implementation with registry is such that registry is null if it's not explicit, and you have to explicitly set window custom elements. I would love to know if folks have opinions about this, but this seems fine to me. Like it seems fine to me that custom elements would never be null. I don't know why we would want registry to ever be null. And I don't know why we would want to explicitly set the global registry rather than implicitly setting it. Oh, we changed the constructor, didn't we? A register. No matching constructor for initialization of shadow root. Because somewhere... who is calling shadow root? Element CPP? Come on. God. CPP. This just needs a null pointer. No. Ah, thank you, Pascal. There was a point from Orville. Well, load this entire thread, I guess. Search for... That doesn't look relevant, just glancing at it. I think it would be great to create an imperative shadow root with a blank custom elements for symmetry and expressiveness. If this is the case, perhaps it would be okay to set custom elements on anything only if its current value is null. Why? I presume this is the comment you're referring to, but I don't understand. Like, it doesn't make the case. It doesn't present a problem statement as to why a null custom elements registry is useful. I think is the problem statement that lazy assignment of a registry is useful. Like this is a one-time setter. I don't see how this is tractable, because if you do this, right, if you start creating elements, it needs to have some kind of registry to look up the elements that it's going to get, unless it just sits there inert. But then again, I would ask what the value add is for that. Maybe we'll just hang out for like 3 or 4 hours until Solval is ready to. Pascal says yes, that's what is inferred. I don't have an opinion myself. Yeah, I'm skeptical on how this can work, because as soon as you start interacting with the shadow root in kind of any meaningful capacity, like especially putting components in the shadow root, like what does this do? Like, is this just not going to run any constructors until custom elements is assigned? That seems really bizarre for a couple of reasons. One is, like, at best, you're like going to be having like flashes of unstyled content, right? Like, because all of these upgrades are going to happen super late as soon as this assignment happens. And at worst, it means that these shadow roots, like if you forget to do this one line, then everything breaks, or nothing works. That couples the ability to control shadow roots registry but being used on a custom element. In other words, how would this work? How would this work? Well, this would work because this would be a global registry. No, this wouldn't be a global registry. This would be undefined. Okay, the constructor wouldn't run for this until you called initialize. I see the point now. This would be inconvenient for closed shadow roots. Why would it be inconvenient for closed shadow roots? Initialize registry seems like an obvious alternative. Yeah, it does. This would be inconvenient for closed shadow roots. Currently, you can attach shadow element declarative shadow roots. Maybe okay until general resolution. Non-custom element, like calling attach internals. So it seems like the problem statement is if you can't access internals, i.e. Because this is a div, you can't access internals, and so this would never work, is what they're getting at, right? That isn't necessarily true, because shadow root custom elements would instantiate a blank custom element. So the shadow root dot custom elements property would be a new registry that you could then assign, and then this would upgrade. So this would work. The more interesting case is wait, what? This now says when it's null. The shadow root can have its own custom element registry when it's null. Well, so the internal member can be null, but calling .custom elements could always point to the global one if the internal one is null. Setting custom element can set the member so that it will always return. Yeah, okay, so it can always return a custom element registry. It will get the global one if it doesn't have its own one. Calling initialize will set its own registry, and so from then on, custom elements will return the internal one, which is kind of weird because it means custom elements like a live property that can change from under you, but whatever. That shadow is now called custom elements. Enjoy lunch, Pascal. So I kind of think this is immaterial though, because if we made custom elements a setter on shadow root, there's two routes to go down, but they're both kind of immaterial. We either make this a setter for the first time, and then it throws afterwards, or we have some kind of method, and whether or not it's on element internals is debatable, but like calling initialize shadow root with a registry then sets the internals on this, and so this getter value changes, but there's nicety to having this as a read-only attribute. So I think it's preferential to have a method, and then I think the debate just becomes whether or not it's on element internals. Element internals seems like a fine place though. I don't know how many people, like I don't know how much this use case, which one was it? This one. How many people are doing this and expecting to be able to initialize a custom element registry to something other than, like, because this one works, right? This one assigns the internal registry to be a custom element registry. So the actual, maybe I should respond to this. So seems problematic to expose only via, because it couples the, in other words, how would this work? So this would just work. Create new element be walnut shadow root be via elements. Is this? I wonder if someone's already done this. No. What are the comments since? There's always a lot of comments in these things, which makes it quite difficult to digest. But it seems like Roseker has also chimed in here. Is this a common scenario? I can't think of a situation an author uses declarative shadow DOM in conjunction with a scope custom element without using custom element on the shadow host. I need to digest this again. A scoped custom element without using a custom element on the shadow host. This doesn't make sense to me. A declarative DOM in conjunction with a scoped custom element, right? Registry, I think, without using a custom element registry on the shadow host. I agree though here, what are the concrete use cases? Then it seems like, is Steve right? We've seen a lot of interest in scope registries. Microfrontends subtree might be managed framework that doesn't use custom elements or doesn't want shadow DOM. No problem. Over constraints of the platform must be expressive to handle them. Yeah, this is an argument that happens a lot that I don't necessarily buy. Like the platform, there's this rhetoric that like the platform should almost bend over backwards to appease other frameworks as if they are like unchangeable, and I don't necessarily buy that argument. I think it's probably easier to change frameworks than it is to change a web platform, but whatever. It is an opinion that you're welcome to have, and my opinion differs, right? Like there's nothing empirical here. We can definitely try and get more feedback on these scenarios. However, this seems to be illustrative of one. So like design system button version 1.2.3, so it must be in that registry. But this you would just literally grab svelte app dot shadow root dot custom elements dot define and then just add this. So this is totally tractable. Same here, same here. What is this? This is nothing. Yeah, this is entirely acceptable. This is not relevant to this particular thread that we're pulling. This might be, so if you call touch shadow without custom elements, does custom elements point to the global registry? I think it should. On respond. Points to the global registry, right, great. This is what I assumed. Custom elements always points to a valid registry in the case, except in the case of a null registry for elements in DSD waiting for registry initialization, which probably return null. Ugh. That's for element. That's weird. But yeah. So I don't know if I want to add to this. I think stuff has been said. I'm pretty confident in a direction. I think it is perfectly valid for if you query. This is another good reason for it being lazy, right? Is if you query it, we should try and satisfy that query as best we can. And if you're interrogating custom elements, probably what you're asking is like, which source of truth are you using for custom elements? And the reality is that if it is, it would return the global registry because it would be using that as a source of truth. Like in today's world, with all of them shadow roots that don't have a custom element registry, this would be this would always return the global custom element registry. Only when you opt into scope it should it do something different. But new code has to be written to interrogate this, and so it should always fall back to the global registry when it can, so that you don't have to like do your like you don't have to like factor your business logic around this being nullish. I think this should always return the global registry, which seems reasonable to me. Consequently, I think we can refactor this to say custom elements. And then we can say, so the test, create shadow host, mode open. This should be window custom elements. And we should say shadow root custom elements is global if not defined. We can have the same like shadow root custom elements be explicitly set to global custom elements. New custom element registry, attach a non-global is fine. Let's create host attach custom. So this is reusing the shadows, the registries, and custom element registry null. Yeah, so this should throw read only, but we're not in use strict, so it won't throw. But this needs to be window custom elements. Touching custom elements shadow root can only be done during initialization. This seems fine to me. So if we run the tests for this, hopefully we'll see the crash that we saw earlier. Yeah, there we go. And here's the stack trace, which is completely unreadable in my experience, or lack thereof. It looks like we're moving null pointer to something that shouldn't be. So I'm guessing. I wonder if this. I wonder if this cannot be a null pointer because of the binding layer. Which case, rather than get window, could we ensure window? Ensure lists. Ensure in a window. Probably a bad idea. I don't think this gets that much. JS value calls it, which is interesting. Available. You just return that. What is this? Oh. Yeah, I'm a little bit stuck here because I don't know what to do in this case. But I think we can just do a bit of printf debugging. I'm sure there'll be people shouting at me being like, please don't do printf debugging. Please actually use a real debugger. But I don't really know how. GDB is like I know I can set breakpoints and stuff, but on such a large code base, I find it pretty inscrutable. I don't know how you actually use GDB in like a gigantic code base. I guess it would help to configure symbols and stuff, but ain't nobody got time for that. Oh, we probably want to do the logging stuff that they have here, and I forget how to do this. Data log. Actually, I did actually content process crashed, but where? No such window exception. So that the thing that's no, this is from WebDriver, so this is just then the tab crashed. Oh, this shouldn't be, yeah. Oops. Yeah, I think at one point I tried to get the symbols working for GDB, and I vaguely recall there's an options thing. Was the Mac? Was config debug? Maybe. Was build. Was config. Enable debug. I think this was what does it, but I struggled to get it working. So like GDB was basically useless without debug symbols because you can't set a proper breakpoint and stuff. So I'm using the crusty old way. So we're returning custom elements and then it's crashing. So something's going on in custom elements. Let's go look at custom elements. Try and figure out what this does. Yeah. Elements. There's custom element registry on this, but like we seems fine. I don't understand. Global window. Comments. More printf debugging. I am sure GDB would be a much more elegant way to do this. Maybe I should actually invest the time to figure it out. We can do it live together. Guess there's a build in my history. Debug. Os config. Maybe. There, this one. Then I would need to do this. This the same one here though. I don't want to have to do a full recompile. Go for it. Let's do this in a separate one. I can just sit over there and compile. Right roll. I think I can have two separate compiles. Yep, this is good. Check this out. A lot of element. Oh, because the whole UI is elements in Firefox, isn't it? Anyways, let's run the tests. Custom elements from window, creating, turning. It crashed. Is it because it's a Stack Overflow? I don't think there's that many for it to be a Stack Overflow. Let's do one of these. Run one test and see what back on test. Getting an error here. Let me see the log. Okay, I have no idea what's going on now. Such a nice start. Now we're now. Excuse me. What was the custom element here? Thank you for that. Oh, I can't believe it is this, but there's a bunch of, we need to do micro traversal for all the members. Maybe it's crashing for that, but I really would be surprised. Maybe we should just chuck a bunch of asserts in as well. So cycle collection, yeah, we need to like do this kind of stuff, but when the shadow roots constructed and destructed needs to all these macros. It's in H. Where are the other member variables? Is there anything that's actually like M parts? And parts doesn't seem to get cleaned up with the cycle collection. I'm pretty sure it does though, because it's like if it can't be the crash, but like if it refers to registry. Well, I was going to say if it refers to a registry that has a custom element that has a shadow root that has the registry that points to that, but I don't think that would be like reified because it's shadow root doesn't get constructed until the element does, so maybe it's not necessary. Maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree. What would the crash be then? Let's check in some of I think Win. I'd be surprised if Win was never available, but then here. We also call get window here, and this becomes a null pointer. It's not available, so I guess there is a reason why. I don't understand a lot of the window stuff, like there's a bunch of edge cases where it can be null. I don't understand what those edge cases are. I think it's there's some overly complex model for like those and frames and everything. They're sort of paying the price for, I guess. But yeah, this does the same pattern, right? This says like if Win is available. So I guess we can't assert that Win should exist, and we still need to keep this. We should be able to assert custom elements. It was crashing right after that, wasn't it? Is it because something's going on here? Element 3. We assert that there's a window, which we already know to be true. Element definition running false. I don't think this is important enough. I think that this would already be true, but we're basically doing it here anyway, so this is... Wondering if we'll get existing custom comments. who we can assert. Probably a really bad idea to assert that, but this. Be interesting at least. If the assertion fails, we get a bit more clarity in the logs, and at least for the purposes of the tests, it should be true because we'll actually create a div. Maybe it won't be true. Maybe that'll give us some insight anyway. Running two compiles at the same time is probably a good idea. Pascal says, shouldn't line 144 not have parameters then, or did I read it wrong with it? Should not be passed. A bit hard to follow. This shouldn't have parameters because this is a getter. So this just it's a function in C++, but this is the wiring up for the getter in JavaScript. So when you call .custom elements, no parentheses or anything, it'll actually call into this in the C++ layer. It can't have any parameters because there's no parameters. I mean, it could have parameters, but there's, for all intents and purposes, it's not going to have any parameters because it's not fed any parameters. You can tell, can wire up be fed some additional automatic parameters like the script execution context stuff, but that's not necessary here. But yeah, like it won't have any parameters. It's certainly not going to have any parameters JavaScript land. We got a crash still, but I'm curious whether or not the crash. So PI'd on window inner, inserting and returning custom elements. So we're not hitting this. We're doing the asserts and then we're returning custom elements. And window. We're returning here and then we're crashing. So I think it must be something to do with the binding layer. Because we are asserting that get existing custom elements is true. Now comment this out. Oops. Hoping it will tell me where the bindings are. Read the bindings code. Because so what happens with these browsers? No, shadow root. Idle. This read-only attribute, custom elements, should return. This line in web idle will generate a bunch of C++ code. There's like some Perl scripts or something. Generate C++ code based on these IDL definitions, and we want to go look at that, but I can't remember where any of it is. I guess it'll be in like build. Maybe not alt something. Can't remember. Maybe this one, obj. Remember rightly, I think this goes binding code as well. Generated, here we go. Get custom elements, window binding, CP, kind of thing. Align, massive file, very. Oh. Hilariously, this gets. Oh, because this is on the window inner, I guess. It passes it to itself. Because the stronger roll pointer, it calls custom elements here. This is the bit where it's calling this method. We assert there's no pending exception, which is fine. Go create DOM reflector. I think this is fine. Like, we did it returns true or false. I'm guessing there's something else that calls this bit here. Should be fallible, right? Anyway, so it could be this stronger roll pointer thing, but we're doing the same thing as the window, right? No reason. Like the bindings code should be. We need to update PID on window.h. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. The DOM binding. Let's look at this. DOM binding. Shadow root binding. Custom element. This is the same thing, but the one that we just generated. So yeah, when you call shadow root custom elements. Oh. No. Yeah, no. I was just thinking, is it this threw me off because I was like, is this static? But no, it's not static. Like this is the same, right? It's just calling custom elements, trying to like coerce it into this stronger roll pointer. This would be because this isn't a dynamic cast as well, right? This should be compile time, so it would just tell me, the compiler would tell me off if this was wrong, which it's not telling me off for. Could be some of these asserts are failing, but I would be very skeptical. Could be this get or create DOM reflector failing. But in theory, like there's this method, get existing custom elements. Like this is returning a pointer as well, so I don't know why it wouldn't. I don't know why it would fail. There's no. Hello. New errors, which. Oh, because I commented out this code to try and get me to. Because I wanted to find out where this was, but we figured that out, so I can go and uncomment that. All right. Oops. I reckon I'm just going to comment this out, just for random kind of stabbing in the dark here, but this should always return a null pointer now, and so this could potentially crash. But I'm interested to see if it does. If it doesn't crash, then it tells me something else more nefarious is going on than just like the null pointer issue, which I would be interested in. Also, the debug build has finished, so I can try a DB. So I guess I would do like run, oops, run, and it failed. Undefined symbol. What does this even mean? Libzol, undefined symbol, th info init. Couldn't load xpcom. I have no idea what that means. This. That's just a build directory. Options. Yeah, I don't know what this means. Nothing. I can do nothing with this. And this is why we are going to do printf debugging and take way longer to work on this than we needed. Yeah, I don't think there's any changes needed in global stuff because, like, I get the feeling something is going wonky here. We were calling returning earlier. Maybe it isn't then. When was M custom elements set? It's only set here. So the first call to custom elements creates here. So my hypothesis is with this code commented out, this will still crash. Maybe because this is returning a pointer when it should return not a pointer, right? So maybe like we need to just change the IDL to question. That sucks though. But maybe this is the thing, is there is like a potential edge case where like custom elements would be null. But I can't see a reason why, because they're not null in window. No. On window. No, that's test. On window. Comments. See, not. This is not null. Or custom element registry. We're in WebKit code now, but. If not, like, there's a security error. Exception. Thrown. custom elements. See, this doesn't have any additional annotations. It just says custom element registry, custom elements. Unless there's some other stuff floating around in a config file somewhere that's maybe we're missing. Sometimes there's like JSON or YAML files. Floating around, do binding stuff. I've been stuck on errors like this before, and then I've realized, oh, there's like some magic file that like tells you to have this additional context thing. I don't like it here. Pascal's pointing out custom element registry star custom elements equals 0 in what Python window? Python window. Element registry. This line. This is for window inner. I think you may be onto it. I barely know what this does. I think this says so the virtual says that like this is a method that should be like dynamically dispatched. I think the equals 0 does actually make this like an empty cell in the lookup table, which would cause the crash. Would cause the crash. I think you're actually right on the money here, Pascal. Well, I guess in that case, the hypothesis would be that this wouldn't crash because we're no longer calling that method. Why did I not spot this earlier? We still crash though. That is, of course, unless this is actually defined. Yeah, it's defined on global window inner. What is global window inner? Yeah, on window inner as part of it. Heritage thing. Do I need to assert that we are in global window? Global window? No. We're no longer calling that, we're still crashing. I don't know what the this is interesting as well. Get custom element registry. Maybe we should pull this instead. This has this PIDOM window inner, and it's calling get custom elements on it. So kind of tells me that we're probably not doing anything too egregious. The crash is coming from somewhere else, I reckon. Wish I knew where. It's really infuriating. And like, or another failed attempt at actually getting a debug build. This is interesting. I wonder how many calls there are to this. It's more popular. I actually think some of this is going to have to get torn apart anyway for us because we are doing the scoped registries. We can't use these methods anyway. Wonder where they're getting called. In a few places, including the registry itself. Grade. Looks for the definition. Gonna have to be past registry or something. Weird. I didn't think I'd get tripped up so early. That's a thing for events. We did a recent build, didn't we? We did. Still crashing. Construction was super easy. What are we doing here? Read only attribute. If there's some oversight, it's not failing before. I think the whoops, HD. The scoped registry was always failing. What have we got? We've got element registry. Wait, what? Why is the header in there? I don't know why this header is here. Oops. I think that's another build and see if it is needed. We've got this is the constructor for custom element registry, and that was just fine. We did the window, which we did. We added the static constructor here. Here is the constructor for shadow root. We're just passing. So this is an element. When we instantiate a new shadow root, we just pass null pointer to the shadow root constructor so that m custom elements is set to a null pointer, which is fine. It's probably not necessary. This is making sure that the registry is applied on a custom element on the shadow root constructor, the bit which assigns it. Again, it's probably not really that important. This is the custom elements getter, currently returning null because this will always be null. In shadow root H, we've got a forward declaration of custom element registry, and we're just doing signature for that there. Then we've also got custom elements there, and we've also got the member variable there. And we have constructor here for custom element registry and custom elements getter in shadow root. And then the pref is the test changes. So for all intents and purposes, nothing major. Yeah, so we're still getting the crash. So what could we do to diagnose this further? We could say, so the interesting thing that I thought mildly interesting here was this security error in WebKit. Wonder if there's like an equivalent thing here. I think we had a little look around, but like there was nothing that really stood out like in the web idle. Was this, which is just a standard read-only attribute. Like if it were to potentially throw an error, it would have this throws annotation. And when we actually look at the field element, whoops. There was this like JS exception pending, but you would expect if there was an exception being thrown that they would like put that into the slot, right? And it didn't in this custom elements thing. There's no error here unless it's in custom element registry, but it's not. There's no error that can, as far as I can see, there's no error that gets thrown in the Mozilla code base. Maybe there should be now. Maybe that's part of the problem. And so the weird thing though is like if I introduce this code back, we were getting this inner custom elements and still crashing, but we know this to be like auto. If like a moz assert. We can even say this is a custom element registry. Oops, custom. oops, return. So used to Rust. So we're adding an assert here that this custom elements isn't null. But we still crashed at this point. Makes me wonder. We've got the custom element registry, so this is not like a forward declaration, right? What? What? Why is this passing? Like, don't look a gift horse in the mouth, maybe, but what did I do? Oh no. I know why it's passing, because I'm a dummy. Oh, I never actually returned this. So it was a null pointer, so it is crashing because of the null pointer. It's trying to cast a null pointer because it is custom elements no question in the IDL. Like it cannot be null, and so when it's trying to cast a null pointer, it's getting a crash because I'm a moron, because I didn't actually return here. So as soon as we return here, then everything works fine. What an idiot. Which means that we can't really return null pointer here. We'll need to throw for a reason. But I think we'll cross that bridge. There shouldn't be a reason this would hit this code. So now we uncomment all of these. I bet they'll all pass. Oh man, I've spent what? Possibly looking at. We're 2 hours in. Yeah, I probably spent an hour debugging a return. That was fun. Okay, so we got some failures. So wrong custom element registry on this one, predominantly because custom elements isn't set in the init. So that's the next step that we need to do, is we need to actually set this in the init. So, but there was, in this revamped one, I don't think patch shadow. Shadow root init, custom elements used by attach shadow. Yeah, so if we go to shadow root web idle, there's shadow root init. This, oh, it'll be on element web idle. Right, attach shadow. Shadow root init dict. Shadow root init's here. We want our pref. And this is going to be custom elements registry, custom elements equals null, I guess. The web idle. This. I think it needs to be null. I don't. It does. Maybe it can be like this. Let's build it. See what happens. We have a threat already. Probably just because of that assignment. Yeah. So, guess there's a shadow root in it. Or maybe not. Maybe it's just elements. My fuzzy finder struggles when doing compiles. So we want to look for attached shadow. Shadow root in it. Throws read-only attribute. Yeah, I think, Pascal, I think we do want throws eventually, but I am going to ignore that for now because I'm just too angry that it took me that long to figure out that I needed a return keyword. Instead, we're going to move on to this. We'll piece that together. Oh. Already a shadow host. We not supported error. I think this is what we would have to do, by the way. We would there's some JSON file or YAML file or something somewhere that tells the bindings layer that every method in some list can have this error result. Then we would have the error result and we would populate it. So if we looked for a shadow, maybe it's because attached shadow has throws element web IDL. Yeah, it has throws. Maybe that's why. So that implicitly gives it this argument. So I think, yeah, we would want that, like you're saying, Pascal, in the web idle for shadow root. We would have the same for shadow root. So get shadow root. Where's the else? Patch without X, which is here. Right, this is where we fed it the null pointer earlier. So what we would do, does this get the shadow root in it? No, it does not. So we would need to say element registry, a custom registry, a registry. And then we could pass a registry here. And we also need to go to the... Come on. And add custom element registry. Pointer registry. Which looks like it's not available. So we need to do... DOM Element registry. Yeah. Oh, it's already there. Why was it purple? Odd. Well, that'll bite me later. Find out. So then attach shadow without name checks, we need to because this is this A init, I think is the init options, right? Init. We need to say, yes, we could just say custom element registry A init element registry, or it was custom elements, wasn't it? Then I think this is fine. Try. Missing default parameter. So this should be just a null pointer because it seems to get called a lot with without the additional argument. Seems like they were all defaulted for a reason. So let's look for shadow root web idle. Wonder if there's anything else that throws. Yeah, I think throws is the right choice here. Wondering if we commit. I think we should. So custom elements needs error something. Error result. That needs error result. Means this needs error result. And then we would say here a error. Do the thing. A error something. Go and group it from this. I'm gonna do this but different. Need to figure out what it is. Row security. NS error DOM security error. Why not? How about it? There we go. Feel better now. Sweet. So we changed the dictionary member here. Right, let's read this as diff. Yeah, so this is one of the new changes. So we've got in it custom elements, which we're feeding to this. Comes a custom element registry, additional argument, which just gets fed directly into Shadowroot. These are the header definitions. Change I just made, which is like this now throws. But, the tests. Oh, I changed the element IDL. What? Root it. Why didn't I see this being ah, there it is. Cool. All right. So to recap, last 2.5 hours, we've made custom element registry constructible. We have made Shadowroot have a custom elements getter, which just defaults to the window custom elements, and then we've also passed in custom elements as a dictionary member that you can add to the attached shadow. And so when you call attached shadow, you can do custom elements, pass in your own registry, and it should get that registry back. Aha. No member called custom elements in Shadowroot init. Shadowroot init. Is there actually any definition for Shadowroot init? Shadow. Is just yeah. M. Do I want M? It'll be M custom elements. Four eyes is not enough to return it. Find a missing return, yeah. Yeah, well, there were a few of us in at that point as well, so it was more like 20 eyes. So I think that should be this test suite passing. Move on to the next one. Maybe create element. What else? Multi-register. Re-entry with different definitions sounds fun. One was all passing actually. No viable conversion of optional owning non-null custom element registry to custom element registry pointer. So let's just do a init Just wondering if there's any. I guess we could also look for this. I just want to know how to unbox this value. A callback was passed value. So was passed. So I can read whilst I've got. This is F. So if it was passed, we're going to say 8 init custom elements value, otherwise null pointer. Oops. NS error, DOM security error. Oh. ERR. Because you know it's an error when it's two different spellings of error. Of course, like do not error, right? Right, and that's not an error, of course. Sarcasm, by the way. No member name. Get custom elements in Shadowroot. Did you mean custom elements? Ha. So now because this throws, the method name needs to change, I think. Because there's different named prefixes in the Mozilla code base, and so get is like it might get it, it might not. Ensure is that it always has to get it, and it will create it if it doesn't. And yeah, I think the IDL, if you put a throws, it will prefix with get. Cool. This is the fun bit, is being for compiles. how long I should do the stream for. Getting pretty hungry. Till 3. Have a look at other bits of this whilst we keep this file a bit more. So element registry is going to create an element. Have clone subtree. That sounds very big. This sounds big. Elements also going to have custom elements. This would be quite tractable. This is look up the node, the shadow host, tree root called. Shadow root options we've done. Oh, actually, no, we haven't done this. We've done shadow root in it, but we want to initialize shadow root as well. Fine. And this is well, maybe this. We do this one next, or this one. Maybe this one first. Then there is, of course, like the stuff behind the scenes, which is that like element has custom elements. It should be using it for scoping or whenever create element called or inner HTML is called. This would probably, yeah, this would just look up the tree root, which could be a shadow root, or it could be a document. If it's a shadow root, it would just fall into the shadow root custom elements, and if it's a document, it would just get the global one. I think the custom element registry is supposed to elements created through inner HTML. Yep. So that will there's no noble global in the future. Element registry. Yep. This one is arguably controversial. We haven't does not provide. Be this. Hopefully, this should only be a couple of seconds now to compile. I think this revamped one is much more straightforward than what was proposed because there's less implicit stuff, I guess. The non-pointer operand custom element registry. I think that's all that's needed there. Might be on an ampersand. I forget refs in C++. It's either this or it's this, and I don't know which one. I think it's this. Always create an HTML element, no longer vary on the document, no longer lowercase. Yeah, this stuff's like. So if we run this test, it should pass across the board now. Yes. Curious, actually. What the meta is of this. Meta, custom elements, scoped, shadow root in it. Because the names of these changed, but this should be bugs. Oh, I'll just do the WP. We should remove that file. The weird thing in Mercurial is you need to call add remove if you want to add something to the staging area that add a deleted file to the staging area. There we go. Cool. We're shaping up. We're shaping up. So if I reload this, empty file, great. So what else is in these WPTs? Got this multi-register thing. I'm going to just take a punt on this and see if this actually works. Oh, do you know what? Maybe what we can do is run the whole directory, and any that are unexpected passes will just take the win. Hey, look at that. Some unexpected passes. So what did we win? What have we got for free already? Oh, look at this. So, custom element registry constructor tentative, multi-register, and scope registry define get. All of these are completely passing. So that is a huge win. And then it begs the question which ones are left. So meta, custom elements, scope registry. So we've got re-entry with different definition. Structure re-entry with different definition. These look complicated. Let's at this and see. Upgrade before calling super. This one. This says we've got a test container. We're putting in test element 1 inside of the test container. The test container is going to have a global shadow root. We're defining test element this. Making a new custom element registry. Calling shadow element. So this is going to, we're creating a shadow and we're inserting it. So this is going to call this constructor, which is going to insert the element, which is going to upgrade it to this element again. I'm going to skip this. I'm going to call super. And so we should see this is the case. that this element is the reentry, and then also that this this element is inserted and is the reentry. And we're failing on one of those for some reason, probably this here, because inner HTML isn't using the global registry, and so we need some way to look at how shadow inner HTML is affected by the global by its own registry. So look at inner HTML. Set HTML unsafe. Set inner HTML internal. Compliant string. And this. Come on. Set inner HTML internal. Probably what we need to dive into. So we are we're not a template element. We're a shadow root. At least I hope. Just yeah. Yeah, so this is just for template elements. This is like a different branch for template elements. Has weird parser insertion mode is hopefully also false. The inner HTML length less than 100. And it doesn't contain any markup. Otherwise, we're going to get the owner document. I think this is mutation event stuff. Move all the child nodes. Get a parser context. I'm going to check if we're a shadow root. And if we are a shadow root, we're going to get the parser context from the shadow root get host. Get host part of shadow root. It is not. It's probably part of fragment. HTML document. The parse fragment HTML. You get the first child. Trigger mutation observers. Mutation events. This is if the document is HTML document. Doc is the owner doc. So this is actually a document. This isn't just a shadow root. This is actually the real document. So we will be in this branch. Maybe parse fragment HTML. I want to look at. So creating a fragment. Yeah, so we're creating a new document fragment. Calling a pen child. I don't think any of the upgrade stuff is happening here. Is reentry the reentry is that element was already created, or is it injecting a non-existent one? Are you referring to which bit are you referring to? Reentry. The reentry. Oh, the test itself. Let's go back to the one. The re-entry element that was already created, or is it injecting a non-existent one? It's injecting a non-existent one, right? It's calling inner HTML. But the key here is shadow.innerHTML, calling the shadow test element. The bit here is that this needs to do the custom element upgrade stuff. So because we're using a new registry, I'm surprised this doesn't pass. They're both the same instance. Oh, but because it's a different name, it'll be just an HTML element. So it should be looking up this name, right? Should be looking up shadow test element 1 in this custom registry, but instead it's looking it up in this registry. And so like if I added shadow test element 1 here, this test would pass. But as it is, it's failing because it's not looking in the scoped registry. So the fix for this is to, wherever, I think it was that NS content utils lookup custom element definition. I think it's probably this we need to figure out and inquire about. Get name methods. Get name methods. I don't know what you're referring to there, Pascal. Get name methods. If we look for where this is called, called in element registry upgrade. Where is upgrade? We actually upgrade wanted. I guess it's not used. Use all or HTML element. This might be one that we look. Our content sync. New HTML element. I get the feeling that we're zeroing in on this, maybe. Create HTML element. I don't know where the HTML parser actually is in Firefox, but I think this is kind of getting to the right bits. One issue that we're going to have here, there's this new HTML element. This had a custom element definition in the signature. If we go back, it gets given this custom element definition. I wonder where it's being passed. Definition. So definitely a new element. We'll tee that one up. This one is not. One is not. HTML5 tree operation. Get a custom element definition here. This is maybe what we're after. I'd be interested. I've got a good hunch that this is probably what we're after. So why don't we try and stab at this? So where does the definition come from? So if it's a custom element, the custom element definition is a null pointer. If we're from the parser and the parser is not a fragment, we call NS content utils lookup custom element definition. We pass in the document, the name, atom, namespace, ID type. So the lookup custom element definition, I think needs to be refactored. So I think this should probably be refactored to. I think there's a document shadow root. I think it should be given that instead. But let's inquire further. We could get custom element registry on ADOC. If it's null, we return a null pointer. So what else do we use ADOC for? Is that it? So I'm pretty confident that lookup custom element definition should be given a pointer to a document or shadow root. So let's do that as a first step. So this is in NS content utils. Lookup custom element definition. Document or shadow root. And let's just hit compile and see what happens. Like I don't expect this to pass in any meaningful way, but I think it will point us to some call sites that might be interesting to look at. Oh, custom element registry also needs to change, so this should be document shadow root. We should also look, so excuse me, get doc shell document. I want to look for document shadow root. Just have get doc shell, not have get doc shell. Never return a point for document. doc. Is it a class? Guess we would cast it. Maybe that's the how it gets used. The I guess one thing we can do as well is it's a document or shadow root. What I reckon might be interesting. I'm gonna just say custom element registry pointer custom elements. Then I guess we need to figure out whether or not it's actually a document. Do a different lookup versus a root. Can't see anything that is jumping out. Kind. Mkind. Used. So maybe mkind gets used here. As node as document. Probably what we're after. So oh, we should also put this in the C file. So document or shadow root elements if mkind this. Mkind is shadow root. Basically want this. So if mkind is a document, we're going to call as node as document. Going to call this stuff So doc, which is a document. The doc, whoops. So we're going to get the document, we're going to get the doc shell, we're then going to get the DOM window inner, then we're going to call window custom elements. Otherwise, it's a shadow root, and we're going to cast it to a shadow root, and then we're just going to call custom elements without a random key press. I think. So now, in its content utils, get custom element registry, we're just going to call a doc custom element. I think elements. Right, yeah. But we have a bajillion warnings by the looks of it. That cast document NSI node. Have I just like changed the one function that gets used absolutely everywhere? Now totally failing compiles. Set HTML ATTR. No matching member function. Something else is happening, right? This is not good. This should not be. I think this was automatically included. I didn't include that, and I think that's why it's been so well. This should be custom element registry. That just add it back in? Yep, it did. So that's probably half the reason. Document or shadow root, however, should have custom element registry. I guess because I copy pasted. It didn't automatically add it. Registry. Yeah, I agree, Pascal. The amount of errors is balderdash. I think it was probably this. It looks a bit more sensible now. I do expect a lot of errors because we're doing we're changing NS content utils, which I think gets used a lot. Yeah. So we did get custom element registry. We did look up definition. We are going to need to figure this out. And probably this one. And so we want to see document or shadow root. Document H. I wonder if document or shadow root. It's document is a document or shadow root, so maybe it's fine. Maybe it'll implicitly cast pointer. We'll find out, I guess. This is where this is the limitations of my C++ knowledge. Is I don't know if it's just going to be magic and be like, yeah, no worries. I know a document is also a document or shadow root, or if it's just going to throw an error. We're going to have to refactor all of these. Yeah. I think everything else looks kind of fine. This is good, right? Cool. See how this compiles and runs. Warnings or just errors? Or is it just warnings or is it errors? Looks like just warnings. I think if this compiles and it's actually materially passes new tests, I think it might be good to formulate a patch at this point because I don't want to go too far into this, especially with refactoring existing code without like the acknowledgement from members of the DOM team at Mozilla, because they might be like, no, this is a really bad idea to do this. I would like to know if it is before we get too heavily invested in this one direction. So, and then get some lunch. But I'm hopeful. I can't see why this would be a really terrible idea. I think lifting this to be the document or shadow root seems totally reasonable to me. Here we go. Out of line definition get custom element registry in this content utils. Oh, was um look up some element definition needs to be document or shadow root. Same here. Or shadow. Probably means this needs a forward declaration. Okay. Let's do a weird. It's done. Has it injected another file? Question. No, but it's crashing all over the place. All the crashes. Document or shadow root in DOM, document or shadow root. This new document or shadow root. This needs document. I think. Okay. Fine. Mozilla. Okay. That looks a bit more successful. Hopefully, despite my so I feel like the biggest struggle here was a crash because we forgot to add the return keyword, which is just because I'm damaged by Rust and implicit returns. But hopefully, this is a demonstration that, like, even in what could be considered an extremely complex feature, isn't actually that convoluted. Like, it feels pretty straightforward so far. Maybe that's just me and like my own confidence in this improving. I don't know if anyone else feels like this is super overwhelming watching this, but my hope is if you're watching this, you're like, this looks pretty easy. I could do this. Because you absolutely can, because I am in no way like special. I barely know C++. The first C++ I did was to Firefox a year ago, or maybe a bit longer. Like, I'm not a specialist in any of this. I'm just like hobbling along, right? But in 2.5 hours, we can kind of implement a little bit of Scoped Custom Element Registries. Or what are we now? 3 hours in? 3 hours 20 in. And we've done a bit, right? Like, we're slowly getting there. We're implementing features. It's not impossible. Not impossible. I think more people could do this, and I think more people should do this. It's quite fun. It's really meaningful, and if you're like, I know that people like have been wanting scoped custom element registries for years, right? I personally am not that invested in this feature. I don't I'm like, I see the benefits, but I haven't needed scoped custom element registries. But I can see why people would really want it. But I am here because I'm doing it because I know that people have wanted it for a long time, and I think it's a cool feature. But yeah, like, if you're really super motivated and you really want this feature, I hope that this can serve as a lesson that, like, it isn't impossible to add these things. Even if from day one of the proposal, you started work on it and you put in half hour a week, you know, the fact that this proposal has been floating around for a couple of years, half hour a week's not too bad, you know. We've done this in 3 hours, and yes, I have a bit of experience here. But I think any capable developer could certainly get us this far in sort of 24 hours of doing it bit by bit over a couple of years would be very reasonable. And the reality is you're going to put more time into it than that, I think. But yeah, just clone one of these repos and try. Like, docs are all there. Go hunting around the code base. I think this is the biggest problem. A lot of these code bases are very big, and that becomes very intimidating, but it is just a barrier, and it's a pretty artificial one. The more you can learn to navigate and interact with super large code bases, I think the less intimidating they can become. That's my little soapbox moment. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Pascal, you say you think the problem is more the proposal? You think what the custom elements, Scoped Custom Element Registries proposal is like difficult? There's no real agreement. Yeah, well, that's not unique to the Scope Custom Element Registries. I think that is something that we often see, and I think that's kind of what a lot of specs get hung up on. What I would say is what really helps is like implementation, because you'll understand parts, you'll understand where the tricky bits are, and you can point those out, and that's valuable feedback. Like, opinions are like non-empirical stuff, like opinions are kind of immaterial, right? Like, we can argue all day about what ergonomics are better, but I think that there is also large part of this is not so much the not so much the ergonomics, like that's all. Like I say, it's pretty easy to change those things, but it's like exploring the possibilities and finding the complex areas. Like, the original proposal had some pretty complex bits because it made assumptions about the platform that maybe don't necessarily hold when it comes to integrating it, like writing these implementations. I think that's where a lot of the, like, I feel like this is why this is quite a bit simpler now, because two implementers have taken a look at the proposal and refined it with this revamped version. And so, like, running off of that, I'm like, these are the very obvious points, which weren't so obvious in the previous proposal when I looked at it. So, which is all to say, like, getting the feedback loop between implementations and proposals tighter, I think, is quite important. It looks like we've done precisely nothing. They all passed, or they were all expected. There were no unexpected results, which means that custom element registry isn't being building, I guess. Part of this is probably because Oh, well, if we go back to where we were in the search, there's lookup custom element definition. In element, this calls. Well, that one was fine, but there was this tree operation one maybe. Calls document, which is the node info get document. I think if we changed this to like node info get tree root maybe. So let's go here. This might be more difficult, this bit. Only so create HTML element only knows about the document. So even though we've changed and let's look up custom element definition such that it doesn't need a document now, it can also accept shadow roots. Still being fed a document here. I check the link above. I can't see a link. Wait, what do you mean link above? Is there a link that I missed? Inode. NSI node. Three 189. Find matching element. This one. Find matching element with ID. NSI node 3189. Doesn't look correct to me. This looks like this is just about like document to get element by ID or similar. It wasn't. Yeah. Art. There the assert. Assert. Saying that whether or not it's a subtree root. I don't know if that's super relevant. That's the bit you're referring to. Pretty sure this is the bit we need to grab at. Were you referring to this assert? Node info manager. If that's wonder if we go searching for create element. find the builder. Interesting. Wonder what the builder is. We got the node info manager and the builder. Builder is an HTML5 document builder. I think more context is going to need to be added to create HTML element. Parser. We're from like, we want to check if we're from parser fragment, I guess. See where we create the registry that's attached on the node is in a document or shadow root. That's basically what the element with ID. So going back to this NSI node, SI node, you are saying 3189. This asserts that the root, which is like the element where we are finding all of the IDs, I believe, if it's a subtree, like it's a shadow root, or if it's a or if it's in a document, right? So like this is just a check to basically say if it's a attached document or if it's a shadow root. But that's not necessary. Like we have the necessary parts. So if we're a document or a shadow root, we can get the custom element registry that is scoped to that document or that shadow root. The problem that we have here is we're in the parser, right? And so we've called like inner HTML. And when we call inner HTML, the parser kicks off a bunch of stuff and it will like it will call this create element. But it doesn't have the context of kind of where it came from, I think, because it's sort of mostly treated as global. And so when it does this lookup custom element definition, I think what's happening is always got this global document, which it can get from node info. I think maybe the answer, is node info should have something like a tree root. But it does not. It just has document. Root. Yeah, it doesn't have a root at all. Just have a root? No. So one thing we could do, which is probably very messy, is change this to be a document or shadow root, but I think that gets problematic quickly. wonder if actually the XML parser. So in WebKit, in the patch for WebKit, it looks like they switched to using a tree scope here. But I don't think we have that context in the parser in Firefox. Members does it have? Curious about this as well. So I think the answer is to pass around query root to create HTML element, but I'm not sure. The constructor. Or content creator function. Name attributes. Ended parent. I think the intended parent is also potentially important here. So create HTML element. Yeah, so so we should be able to get the document or the shadow root from an NSI content, which means create HTML element could be passed it here. Then the other call sites, there's one here. This also has intended parent. So maybe this is it. So what we potentially what we can do is add, create. Got the name of it already. In this HTML5. Create HTML element. We could do a document or shadow root. A root. And then we don't need this, because this is only used lookup custom element definition, right? Uh-oh. Used here as well. Well, I'm going to do a root here. So was HTML element needs a Mozilla DOM document or shadow root. Then here with this NSI content, we can, I think this has a root. Hey, get shadow root. So here we can say like if like document or shadow root there a doc shadow root. Intended parent owner doc one. Oh, because it's on an SI node, isn't it? There it is. Okay, so excuse me. So this is going to say root is going to be intended parent owner doc. If root dot get containing shadow. So intended parent get containing shadow. G. Root. This should say root. Shadow root. And then this should be root. Yeah, that's that one. I think there was another one, right? That rebuild a C element. Yeah. Want the same thing. We want this. Root intended parent owner doc, otherwise yep. Oh, we should probably here as well. Needlessly getting this root. We'll compile this. Compile this and run the tests. And fingers crossed they pass. And if they don't, well, either way, I think I'm gonna go get some lunch. I think this has been good. I'm hoping these pass. Wow, that was a quick build. That was troubling. Let's see what happens. Ah, we're getting some crashes. That sucks. Why are we getting crashes? Well, that does suck. Intended parent may be a null pointer at this point. Intended parent, otherwise null pointer. Then this one should say how are we getting node info manager though? From mbuilder. Say if intended parent. This is going to be a null pointer. We're going to say if intended parent. Else. The shadow root. If the shadow roots get continued shadow, we'll do the shadow root. Otherwise, we will get the owner doc. Guess we could say shadow root. Any shadow root. Little dumb shadow root. Probably need to both be spaced accordingly. We can say root equals shadow root. Otherwise, cool. That should resolve that a little bit, and I think we need to do the same here, I guess, if it did parent null, which it looks like it could be. Pop this here. That. Dumb. Try that. Intended. Intended. In incompatible operand types, a shadow root pointer and a document pointer. Oh, this should be. It should have passed. Maybe we can cast here as well. Document shadow root. If this is a bad idea, if we'll actually compile or not. See. Document or shadow root and document or shadow root, because this be this. There are some. One of these, I think. Likewise here. Like it. Sure. Grasping at straws here, but I think one way to do this would. See how that goes. Null pointer. Yeah, I know. That's fine, right? I have no idea what I'm doing at this point. This is stream of consciousness stuff. Okay, we built. We're gonna crash, is the question. Oh. Okay, we're still no better. We're passing the tests. But we shouldn't be. We should be getting some unexpected passes. Because these are running the expectations that they know that there are some failures. I've tried using some of the AI tools to help with some of this, and they're generally pretty bad because they're trained more generally. I think if you specialized a model with the source code of one of the browsers as training data, it might help. But the general purpose models just hallucinate too much for them to be any real use here, unfortunately. What I am going to do is I'm going to push this up, what we have so far. What have we got? Yeah, I think this is enough to at least get some feedback on. So let's go to Fab Auxilla. Resize thing. So I want to look for scoped custom element. Implement scoped custom element registry. Let's log in. Starters. Let's new blocker. And this one is going to ask implement the custom element registry structure. And this is, I know this is more than just that patch, but we're just gonna we'll figure it out when so the format for the commits, which I always forget, is this whole line. So bug this bug, add custom element registry constructor, and add a root. We will get the attention of the DOM call team. We're gonna fab moz fab submit and just hope the best. Well, hey, what have we got? Okay. Mac bootstrap. And why? I'm missing a package, a Python package. Seems. Oh, come on! I just want to submit this and go for lunch. Hey, you are boring me. Do the thing. Hopeful. Hey, right. We're in gear. So, for it. Yeah. Going. Keep going. There we go. Right. So if we refresh, we have custom element registry. So yeah, this is all right. I think there's some formatting stuff here that's gone on this that we didn't touch, but I am gonna message some DOM members, some DOM core team members, just to make sure that I'm heading in the right direction. I really dislike the fact that sometimes the formatter just goes and does random stuff like this. Yeah, so what I want to do is the create HTML fields. So it's at the bottom in this one. They've all got different interfaces. I'll post this element and yeah, cool. Thank you very much for watching for the last 4 hours. But I think we're done for today, and we'll be back here tomorrow doing more of the same until this blasted thing is complete. So thank you very much for watching. Thank you for all of your time. I hope it was enjoyable and educational, and I'll see you all tomorrow.